Hi, Zio. Hi, it is me, your friendly neighborhood alien, starting here on the third rock from the sun. Hi, Karu Star. And it's obviously hand cam today. What I'm working on is the pretty much just the finished basic doll of my model. It's just the basic finish. I still need to figure out the antenna. Nothing's looked right yet. Oh, I loved that show. I didn't get to watch it as much as I wanted to, but I loved the show when it was on. Oh, shame about John Lithgow being so willing to be Dumbledore. But the show is good. Okay. So I gotta work on the outfit today. So let me get these moved and start getting plastic wrap cut here. You can go here for the moment, bud. Okay. I just gotta get plastic wrap cut because I am making a new uniform. Because I have learned things about pattern making and sewing that may be helpful and may make something better looking. And my foot's backwards. My foot is backwards here. You can't see it, but I can. It'll bug me. Okay. So we just gotta wrap up in plastic wrap here. Yeah, his performance is great, but it's also the fact that, he's willing to work with somebody like her. But I think John Lithgow is especially one of those actors who I think I can separate the art from the artist. Plus, he's an old guy. Yeah, exactly. He's old. It's just a shame. He was one of the good ones. Now, if Christopher Lloyd started, working for J.K. Rowling, I would just fall into I'd fall into depression. Yeah, and I mean, if that's the worst thing that he's done in his career is, working on that project, I can give him a little bit of grace. It's still just a shame. Okay, so I'm just wrapping up with some plastic wrap right now to protect the doll. And because the outfit's a bodysuit, I have to be like really careful here. So trying to get into T-pose or somewhat T-pose. Oh, honestly, I think this one looks so much better than the previous version. Exact same parts, mind you. But this hip had to be replaced in the previous version. I remember that because I printed up the replacement hip in silver. Because I thought, oh, well, I got to replace the hip anyways. Might as well make it look metal. And the paint job wasn't the best. And I didn't clear coat it. I love using this cheap Family Dollar brand plastic wrap for something like this. Because it's got a cutter. Like a slide cutter. Let me see if you can get it up there so you can see. Oh, my. A little slide cutter. Plus, it's the plastic wrap that I tend to use just for doll making or projects that I need basically do something like this with. I don't really need the expensive stuff. And it's plastic wrap. It's not going to go bad or anything. At least not within my lifetime. Okay. Stay in the right position, leg, please. Okay, I need to up through here, up through here. Okay. Okay. It's weird when you think about like sitcoms from that era and how like a couple of the biggest ones you'll have like the mostly good cast, and then you'll have the guy near 40-year-old who's near 40 years old dating a 17-year-old in one of the biggest ones, or you'll get the guy who built his brand off of being, family safe during that era, being a rapist. At least John Lithgow is only doing this and going to get a good paycheck. Maybe in a couple years it'll come out he's doing it so he can buy it. He's doing it for Michael Caine reasons. He just bought a castle and he needs to pay for it somehow. Okay, I'm just going to put a little more down by the feet and around the neck here, so. Now I got to tape it. I just want to put a little around each foot and a little around the neck. And get the basic bodysuit done here. I've got references. I'm looking at the reference now. Just got to wrap up these feet. Because I'm going to need to get down towards the ankles here. When I finished the doll, when I got this far done this week, I put the doll into the body, into the outfit of the last doll of the previous version. And that's where it's like I'm noticing all the little issues that I had with the previous version that I don't have with this version. And I noticed some issues I was having with the bodysuit that I had forgot about. Okay. There we go. Okay. That should be good around the feet. Let's get a thinner strip around the neck. I've been looking forward to doing this all weekend. But this weekend's been kind of a busy weekend. I slept well Thursday night and stuff, and I just felt like, nope, I don't want to do anything on Friday. So yesterday me and my partner went grocery shopping. We did that yesterday. And then right after that, get home, get stuff put away, and then go gaming. Where we all think the DM is trying to kill us. Because pretty much just combat right now. And it's like wave after wave after wave after wave of bugs. And we all know where I think we all know where the idea for this, what was originally going to be a one-shot, came from. He was playing StarCraft. It was going to be a one-shot. But then they played a little bit while my partner was camping over at camp. I didn't get to go camping because I had to watch a dog. There we go. So I had to stay home. And then I was able to play again yesterday. And it's just wave after wave of monsters, and we have to shoot at them with guns in D&D. Before I knew that was going to be the one-shot / campaign, I made a monk. I'm just checked out when playing because just like I want to play, but this character is not a gun person. And if that character, so if my monk dies, I'm not too worried. I just can't think of any D&D characters that I really want to play with, where they're using automatic rifles as backups. Closest I got is a character I would not trust with a gun. Snuggle Bunny Iron Skull. This was I forgot exactly whose idea it was. It was a friend's idea back when I played, back during 2nd edition days. A human barbarian with great strength and limited intelligence, whose dream in life is to be a bunny rabbit. He's got the traditional barbarian kind of helmet with leather bunny ears attached to it that he made himself, that he's very proud of. And he has a little, bunny tail that he made out of leather that's very proud of. And I thought, oh, that might be a great backup character for this campaign. But at the same time, I can't justify them using a gun. They just use a gun as something to hit things with. Okay, so right now I'm just taping up at the joints that I think I can easily tape up at. And then I'm going to be covering this with masking tape. Oh, I didn't get my paper out. That's fine, I can get it out when I need it. And I guess gotta cover the entire, well, not the entire doll, but the rough portion where I'm going to be putting the bodysuit in masking tape so I have something to draw on. Okay. There we go, around the head. I'm gonna move my, really can't see what I'm doing. Let me move my toolbox here. Oh boy, where can I stick this? Oh, okay. Got it on the floor. I mean, I did put a couple coats of clear coat on the doll, so it should be safe. But yeah, yesterday was just a gaming day. We played until it got dark out, and we played at a park. They had like a little pavilion, they have a pavilion and picnic tables, and we played at one of the picnic tables, and we're fighting off swarms and swarms of enemies, and the artificer who had some grenades. Their first attack in this battle against all the evil alien bug monsters was not places. I'm too worried that's going to hit the arm. I should put a little plastic wrap on the arm. I should put a little plastic wrap on the arm. I also got to turn this off. Okay, there we go. I have VTube Studio running on my phone right now, and the little cat model that I was using, I loaded up as a default for this, was distracting. But yeah, it was our artificer's first attack was throwing a grenade and casting a spell on it because it's technically a ranged weapon to make a swarm, make basically turn into a massive amount of grenades, and took out a good chunk of the first wave of bugs. More came. Pull over on the arms. So many bugs. So many bugs. And we actually had to stop playing mid combat because it got dark and the pavilion's lights didn't turn on. Plus, everybody was getting tired and wanted to go home. I mean, I was tired. I'm just not the GM. If I was the GM, I probably would have used some kind of a minion rule for all the little bugs. Oh, they're dead. Like one or two hits and they're gone. Not having to worry about calculating hit points for each individual little bug. I don't know how many we had, but oh god, it was a lot. It was a lot. A lot of bugs. Okay. Bring you back over here so you can I'm gonna keep my eye on that. Also, Friday got really distracted first thing in the morning. I got an email from a game developer. And for whatever reason, they were like offering me a free stream key, or a free Steam key, sorry, so I could stream the game. And I'm thinking to myself, yeah, no. No, it did. The game wasn't a scam. I found it on Steam easily. So it didn't seem like a scam. It seemed more like a bad fit. Because this is what I'm primarily focusing on right now. Is the dolls. And then probably soon I'll be focusing on some Halloween stuff. But I'm focusing on hand cams. Because I was getting more excited about doing a hand cam than I was playing a game. Plus, I'm going to be honest, I'm nobody. If I'm lucky. If I'm lucky, I get one chatter at a time. I'm not affiliate. And maybe eventually I'll get to affiliate. But I'm not even an affiliate. If you're trying to use me to promote a game, I don't really have any reach. And yet somehow I got an email by somebody wanting me to basically stream their game. I mean, I sent an email reply back saying, yeah, I'm not affiliate. I'm focusing on the crafting. And they were very understandable. They were very understanding. But it was still very distracting on Friday getting that. Because, like I said, I'm nobody. There's like, I am not going to be helping anybody market a game. If I play a game, like maybe one person will buy it. Maybe if I'm lucky, if they're lucky, one person will buy because of me. And yeah, so it was distracting and just really distracted me all day long. Plus, I downloaded the demo of the game to see if it was something I'd even be interested in streaming. And at least what little I played of the demo just didn't seem fun for me. It didn't seem like a game I would play. I mean, the aesthetic of the game was definitely something I would play, but the gameplay in the demo, it was just like, oh, I don't want to do this. This is not the fun part of games for me. The fun part of games for me is shutting my brain off or watching my Sims die. I can shut my brain off in Skyrim. I can enjoy the story of the Dragon Age games. I can barely, take care of a single sim or pair of folk in Sims or Paralyzed. But a game where I'm doing retail and one of those retail game simulators, it's just like, yeah, no, that's not for me. I really I hate it when the tape sticks together. No, hopefully I get around enough. But I wasn't going to do any kind of retail simulator. I've done customer service. I've been management and customer service. I don't want to do something like that again. I've done that enough in real life. I don't want to do it in, a video game. It probably stressed me out too much. And I don't want to stress out. If I'm playing a video game, I want to enjoy myself. I don't want to have to think about customers. There we go. Let's see here. Let's get a little bit up there. A little bit down there. And another little bit right here. Get some of that tape stuck down there. I'm going to do this very carefully. Part of the problem with the first version of this doll I made was I was using painter's tape because I didn't have masking tape on hand at the time. And it's like, oh, I have plenty of painter's tape. That should be good enough. Painter's tape didn't work because it kept getting stuck from itself. I mean, it worked okay, but didn't work well enough for me. There we go. Cover up my butt. I don't want my butt getting cold. Okay. And my partner this weekend um got one of their projects finished. Plus, we're able to do something they were kind of interested in doing and starting with. They actually got their first resin project done. Which was actually kind of cool. It was something they were excited about doing. And they were making a nameplate out of resin for one of their coworkers. Out of UV resin. Okay, we're under the sleeve. Let's get the other shoulder. Okay, right there. That's where I wanted. I'm turning this doll into a mummy. I'm just gonna grab a screenshot. There we go. That takes care of the upper body. Now I just have to get the legs done. So let's get some more tape on the legs here. Get these legs knocked out. I just know soon I am going to have to start doing Halloween stuff. Yeah, this week might be this coming weekend might be a busy weekend. Crypto has his vet appointment on Friday. His annual checkup, where they're going to tell me exactly how perfect of a dog he is. Yeah, you heard me. I think you're perfect. I think you're a perfect little dog, Crypto. But he's got his, his annual vet appointment, and gonna get a little physical done. Make sure everything's okay with him and all spiffy. He's looking forward to it. They spoil him so much. And then we got the county fair in the area, in the county. I mean, it'll be fun going to go do that. I haven't done that in a couple of years. Usually because we don't pay attention to when the county fair is until the fair is over. So we're going to go to the county fair. Hopefully, let's see if there's any spots over there I need to worry about. Yeah, I'm going to put a little bit right there. You play the Power Rangers tabletop. Power Rangers tabletop. You mean this Power Rangers tabletop? I would like to play it too. I've only run it. I've only run the tabletop. And I've only done a couple campaigns. But I had fun. Yeah, the forever DM feeling. I mean, right now I am playing. I just wish it wasn't combat all the time. But yeah, no, we've had some fun with the people I played with. So I had an NPC friend of one of the characters get kidnapped by the bad guys, which was Rita. The bad guy was, the friend was kidnapped by Rita, and they had to go up to the Moon Palace to get the friend. This was a trap for them. This was a trap. I don't remember exactly what I had planned for them. What I had Rita's plan being. But I remember, okay, this is a trap. They're going to get trapped. Trying to get the rest, try to save the person. And so I made sure there was like, plenty of guards and stuff on the moon. And then one of them rolled a natural 20 on a persuasion check to persuade the bad guys that the Power Rangers were Girl Scouts selling Girl Scout cookies. They rolled a natural 20 on that persuasion. And it was awesome. And I played it right up. Like, okay, well, this could be interesting. It made me so happy when they did that. I just wish we had chances to do stuff like that in the campaign I'm playing in. But oh yeah. Sometimes the dice are funny, sometimes players are funny. My partner was in a campaign, I think it was a Pathfinder campaign I ran years ago. And they were playing an alchemist. They were playing an alchemist, and they had a little downtime. I thought, okay, this is where I'm going to introduce the big bad of the campaign with a monologue, that kind of thing. And then my partner's character, with 2 big bags of alchemist bombs, decided to ask the big bad evil guy for a hug. Rolled very well. And then, as they were going for the hug, they smashed the 2 big bags of, the 2 bags of, like, alchemist bombs together. And went boom. Blowing up the big bad evil guy when they just thought, when I was doing a big dramatic reveal and monologue. Back when I was running something in the 2E days, I was going to try to run a high level campaign. This is just pure player stuff, not dice stuff. But I was like, okay, this is high level. They have magic items. And one of my players, for their magic items, wanted an Ioun stone beanie. The stone didn't do anything other than kept the little propeller on the beanie go, spinning all the time. Oh, I wish we did that in second. I wish I could do that. But my brain always has bad guys that need to be killed. I don't know how I would run a campaign without any combat. I mean, there would be a lot of skill checks and stuff, obviously, but most of my players tend to think about combat when they're building their characters. And I don't want to deny them that. Okay, this should be good enough. Okay. Let me grab my marker. Where's my toolkit? Ah. It's once again, my players tend to build for combat. I have one player, one person who's like generally makes their character armed to the teeth. Yeah, you are lucky. I mean, my players like RP, but when they build, they tend to build for combat. And I tend to like running superhero campaigns. So for me, superhero campaigns, I kind of like having combat in a superhero campaign. But I'd also try to make sure I get a lot of RP in too. Because I want everybody to have downtime. I want all the characters to have downtime. And then we start getting into a campaign and run into the common problem. Yeah, I do combat sessions and then some downtime sessions too, usually. Right now, though, we're just playing combat. The group I'm playing with right now. But yeah, I do like a good calm RP session. I've had character romances start because of that. Okay. Right now I'm just marking my doll. Marking out the design of the outfit. On that, and I gotta do the scenes. And start cutting. Yeah. We've had multiple character romances start that way. And I'm gonna say I am kind of lucky and unlucky in one spot with my group. I don't want to do DMPCs, but I'm generally forced to because it's like, no, you should have a character to play with too. That's where usually romances start. It's usually with my characters. AKA, one of the players, usually my partner, their character flirting with my character. Okay. How high up the neck is that? Yeah, I would like to do that. I would like to do that, then I don't have to manage combat. Combat's a little easier because then I don't have my information. I don't have to try to separate player knowledge from you know non-player knowledge. But at the same time, playing those kind of DMPCs for me is like, this person can be a damsel in distress. I'm gonna make the color a little higher. But this person can be a damsel in distress. Yay! Yeah, I try to be more of a support one too. But since I'm usually doing superheroes, I really don't do much with the healing spells, unfortunately. Though, one of my favorite characters, one I'm going to be making a doll of eventually, Clunan Shadowborn, a Tiefling Paladin. He's, he did a lot. That's what I want to be. I want to be Jimmy to their Superman. I want to be that friend in the group. I wish they would let me. Because I just want to focus on, okay, I got bad guys to think about. I got NPCs to think about. I got police to think about. Sorry, I was bringing that close to my head. But yeah. I would like to. But sometimes it's also, they don't want a power, if I'm doing a Power Rangers campaign, they don't want a 3-person team. They don't want a 3-person Power Rangers team. Meanwhile, I'm like, I want a 3-person Sentai team. I have no problem with three-person teams. And then other times it's just like, I just want to make a character. And then I make a character and they're like, oh, you should play that character. I made this because I want to understand how making a character works in this game. Okay, now I am drawing on the seams and I'll do the front and the back designs, but I want the seams drawn out here. Oh no, I try not to. And my dice do not let me. My dice do not let me. Which I guess is a good thing. I mean, I do wish my dice would let me would roll better for me. But I'm also not that person who's got like a metric ton of dice. You know, and will just constantly be changing out dice. I have like 4 sets of dice that I like using regularly. Yeah. Yeah, I try not to overshadow. My dice don't let me. Plus, let me grab something here. I'm gonna grab something. This is the color of Power Ranger I tend to make. I tend to play the Pink Ranger. Let somebody else be the red. Let somebody else be the main character. But I'm playing this.
North to the command center. It's urgent. We have a desperate situation, Power
Rangers. Sorry, I just have my communicator in my hand and I want to play with it. I think I got this like just before the merchandise license went from Bandai to Hasbro. So this is a Bandai one. And these pop out. And I have multiple plates for the other 4 main Rangers. I just leave pink in because I tend to play the Pink Ranger. And do I have no, I don't think I do. Image. Okay, let's just add new image. Do I still have a picture? Probably. And the reason... No, that's not it. Just some Gokaiger, General Gokaiger snap. No, let's Gokai Silver. Oh, come on. There we go. Plus, I like playing the Pink Ranger because of well, this sequence in Gokaiger versus Gavan. where they do an all pink transformation, and Captain Marvelous, the Red Ranger, or Gokai Red, is transformed into Zhu Pink. And I just think that the way the suit actor is, posing right there, just feels like, oh, the Pink Ranger is pretty badass. Plus, I think it looks good on we need more male Pink Rangers. That's all I can say is I think the Pink Ranger costumes look good for male characters. There we go. Okay, back to this. Pink Rangers are underrated. But there's a girl Rangers. Meanwhile, Dino Fury Pink becomes Cosmic Fury Red. He's feeling the seams in. I think my only problem with Power Rangers Cosmic Fury was the fact that it was such a short season. I think it could have been longer. That would have been nice. But I enjoyed it a lot. I thought they did a good job. I'm gonna go up to the waist here. And make the seam separating the top and the bottom. And if I have to, I'll use this as proper seam, but I'm also going to try doing this. I'm going to try cutting just at here first. I mean, in my doll list of dolls I kind of want to make. Ow, 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 ow. I do want to do like some Power Ranger stuff. Some dolls based off of Power Rangers in their civilian outfits. I'll just have to watch Power Rangers again. Oh man, that's going to be such torture. I'm going to have to watch original Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Oh my god. Oh well, I guess it'll be a sacrifice. There we go. There. So I'm going to try that first. I'm going to put a seam in. Great, now you can see my brains. I mean, I only put this on with low temp hot glue. Okay. Let's put a back seam in here. Okay. And I want to get the design. Oh, I do have something. Oh, God, I had that. Looking at the design the uniform. I tried binge watching all of Power Rangers from the beginning. And then Lightspeed Rescue is where I stalled. I just couldn't get into Lightspeed Rescue. And then I just stopped watching. And it was nothing wrong with the cast or anything. It was just like, I couldn't get into any of the characters. There are none I really liked. I made it through Power Rangers Turbo, for goodness sake. I made it through Turbo. And I stalled out at Lightspeed Rescue. Yeah, my partner loves Mystic Force. One of their favorites. One of their favorites. Oh, let's go about center here. There we go. There we go. Oh. Oh, I didn't get that back seat. There. I'm going to admit, I know some people didn't like it, but I really like Dino Fury and Cosmic Fury. I did not like Mega Force and Super Mega Force. I don't think anybody's going to criticize me for not liking those two. I like the original. I love Zeo. I thought Zeo was pretty fun. Turbo was just like, eh. In Space was awesome. I haven't watched all of Dino Thunder. But I do know, the episodes I have watched of Dino Thunder are pretty fun. But as a Gokaiger fan, I do not like Super Mega Force. I've tried watching Super Mega Force. I haven't seen much of Mystic Force, unfortunately. I mean, I also have another problem when it comes to just watching things. I have to be in a mood. I have to be in the mood to watch something. And sit down and watch it. Yeah, okay. Let's try to get that up there. Try to make it as even as possible in the drawing. I forgot I had done this. That's the bottom one. Yeah. I do not. I do haven't. I do not know if I'll be watching Mystic Force anytime soon because I have to watch. Be in the proper mood. Hopefully that's good enough. Okay. Let me look at my new design. Oh yeah, I did this too because I thought this might be kind of fun. Oh yeah, so many. And yet all the merchandise is for Mighty Morphin. All the modern merchandise. Where did I put these pictures? I think I put them in here because they're reference pictures. There we go. I just want to take a look at the back here. Oh boy, where's it? There it is. No, I don't want to move that. Okay. Mm. So it does kind of, to the back there like that. Okay. There we go. So many. I mean, the series lasted, what, like over 30 years? And there were only like a handful more Super Sentai after that. Unfortunately, Super Sentai has ended. Or is on hiatus. But yeah, it lasted forever. I remember the first time I saw it. Well, I don't remember exactly the first time I saw it, but I remember back when I was a senior in high school when the show came on. I was babysitting some kids. I babysat a couple of kids that may have been a little young for Power Rangers, but they loved watching it because of, the bright colors and the action. And their mom was okay with it. So they would watch Power Rangers, and well, I'm their babysitter, so I watch it with them. And it's like, oh, this is like an old Godzilla movie. Oh, I love old Godzilla movies. Okay. Now just to carefully cut on the seam line made. But oh yeah, they adored it. And then, got me into it, and then I hit the, this is kind of cheesy thing. The kind of cheesy phase. And then I watch it in like more modern era again, and I'm like, man, those kids are so optimistic. They're so nice. They're so optimistic. Our world's going to hell, but here they are, just super optimistic, super, super nice, super friendly. And I got, I got, oh, I just got addicted again. Come on. I need better scissors. I'm not getting out my new sewing scissors. Old sewing scissors is fine. Oh, who's your favorite Power Rangers villain? I'm trying to think of who mine is. I mean, from a design standpoint, I like Lord Zed. Oh yeah, I haven't seen Dino Charger Supercharged, but I know who you're talking about because I watched Cosmic Fury. I like it. I like his actor, and I like his actor's performance of him in in um in Cosmic Fury. I haven't seen Dino Charge or Super Dino Charge, which is funny because I like the Sentai series. I really like the Sentai series that's based off of, and I've heard only good things about Dino Charge. So it seems like it's one I should like. I just haven't sat down and watched it yet. But yeah, I can see him being good villain because the actor did a good job in Cosmic Fury. But from a design perspective, I like Zed. I think Zed's just got a really nice design, especially for an original villain. And in terms of like storytelling, I like Mesogog because it's the villain that doesn't know he's the villain kind of thing, in the sense of, yeah, we got this super evil villain, but Mr. Mercer doesn't know that he's the villain. And I like that. I like that split personality villain. I like the storytelling it offers. The storytelling potential. I think that's great. So I would think Mesogog is my favorite that I've seen. From the Sentai, I can't think of. No, I really like the villains in I have to look up the song here. Uh Kyuruger. Samurai has bulk. Yeah, but that's like the only good thing that I understand from Samurai is it's got bulk. I think that's the only thing I would like about it. It's bulk. Because it's bulk. I I've only heard that the Neo Saban era it's kind of kind of iffy in terms of the quality per season. All I know is Megaforce and Super Megaforce aren't good. I know Megaforce and Super Megaforce aren't great. There you go. Okay, that's good. I know they cribbed some of the plot elements from Shinkenger. But I do like Kyoruger's villains, which are the villains of or some of the villains in Dino Charge. I know they did original stuff, a lot of original on that. But I haven't seen Samurai. I have not watched any of the Neo Saban stuff. I tried watching Megaforce and Super Megaforce because I like Goseiger and Gokaiger. And I was curious, and no, I did not like that at all. Yeah, the whole Megaforce is such a letdown. It's like you can see the promise, and with Gokaiger and the Gokaiger footage, and they have Goseiger, and Goseiger was a good one, but they didn't do great with it. Okay, I'll loosen up a little bit around. Okay, there we go. I know Megaforce could have been a lot better. I know Super Megaforce could have. Really? Really? They turned down Paul Schreier and Jason Narvi's idea. How can you turn down the actors who portrayed the true heroes of the Zordon era. How can you turn them down? Wow. Oh yeah, okay. And Saban is notoriously cheap. Yeah. I understand that now. But yeah, I mean turning down them blows. I like Paul Schreier and Jason Narvey. They seem to be having a blast while doing, being on Power Rangers. Oh, okay. I'm trying to. Maybe if I go this way. Okay. Oh, tape. I'm just trying to get in here with scissors. Here, come on. Let me get. I don't think the big scissors are gonna help. Okay. Okay. And they might help out a little bit, at least in these first cuts. Okay. But then I think Saban probably only bought Power Rangers back because Disney didn't want it anymore. It was no longer the hit it used to be. And Saban was probably just going to go, okay, well, if we get it back, we can sell it and make some money off of it. That's at least what I'm guessing. But yeah, it does blow, especially with like Gosager. The whole villain gimmick in Gosager being, okay, they in Gosager, they fought, the bug aliens for a bit, and then the bug aliens were defeated pretty early in the in the show run, in the run of the show, and then they fought some environmental monsters for a bit, and then they fought robots. And I like that idea of just multiple, groups of villains with one like main central villain pulling the strings in secret to everybody. And I like that. I wish they could have done that in Megaforce. I wish they could have had they could have let the cast cook with the characters. From what I understand, the actors were like, no, we want to do more with our characters. And Saban was like, no, you can't cook with your characters. I'm sorry. Characters, your characters can't be fun. Okay, come on. Get in there. Okay, good. We can get through this sleeve. I can. But yeah, I Dino Charge was good, and the one based off of Go Busters. Oh, what was the Beast Morphers? Beast Morphers. I heard Beast Morphers was also pretty good. And I think that was when, it was going from Saban to Hasbro. I've heard that was pretty good. I could never get into not into Beast Morphers, into Go Busters. But I love the suit design in Go Busters / Beast Morphers. I thought that was a brilliant suit design. Okay. There we go. Okay, let's cut some of this plastic wrap here. There we go. I got one part free. One of these days, I'm gonna have to sit down and just like watch Dino Charge and Beast Morphers. I'm gonna admit I was surprised when Saban skipped Go Busters in their adaptions because Go Busters, yeah. I mean, I don't know what other kind of work he has, but most of the Power Rangers actors don't seem to have like a lot of big name credits. But yeah, Heckle's actor was, oh, I hope. Well, he's probably getting a lot more if he's in theater. He's probably getting quite a bit of work. I mean, I don't know what New Zealand theater is like, but I'm sure they put on some pretty good shows. And I'm sure he gets it. I'm sure he's getting at least some work in New Zealand theater scene. I mean, I only saw him in Cosmic Fury, but he stole the show. Every scene he was in, he stole the show. He was good. Yeah, so he's probably still got a pretty good career going. He's got at least a big enough career to pay the bills. And I know to a lot of actors, that's the kind of career that's the good kind of career. I can pay the bills doing what I want to do. Yay! I just know he was a good actor, and I enjoyed his performance. Okay, come on. A lot of plastic wrap and tape right there, I guess. Okay. Okay. Oh, come on. Yeah, I haven't watched any Australian TV shows. I don't watch much TV anymore unless it's like old TV or something I've only heard good. I've heard things about, which is scary, which is bad because like originally, I'm sure it was originally, but Adam and Jamie were American. I loved Mythbusters. I still regularly watch Adam Savage's Tested. Oh, I didn't want to cut there. Crap. Well, I can fix that. But Mythbusters was a good show. Oh, okay. I just know Adam and Jamie were awesome. They had a good chemistry with each other, despite not being friends. They were really good coworkers. I do miss I do miss Mythbusters. Mythbusters is definitely one of those shows I do miss. Okay, I think I'm almost done cutting here, or at least cutting off the dowel. Okay. Okay. Snip. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, they were able to film in LA, and special effects experts are probably always looking for work. They have extra footage? Man, that means more explosions. That means more fun stuff. It means more Adam being an absolute gremlin while Jamie's being serious. Okay, come on. Get this out. There we go. Okay. I'll have to fix the dial later, but that's fine. There we go. Oh, I'm free. You can sit over here for now, bud. Okay. Mini me is sitting over by my other computer. Now I just have to finish cutting this. Cutting the dowel out of the pattern is always the hardest part. Okay. Okay. Come on, this way. Nope. Nope. There we go. There. Nope. Come on. Ah. Oh, I didn't label pieces. Crap. RLB rear. RL front. LL front. LL rear. Pelvis front. Pelvis left rear. Pelvis front rear. Back rear. Let's try that. R. R. Okay. Back left rear. That should be torso. Torso front. Torso. Torso. No, I have not watched Farscape. We didn't even, it was on the Sci-Fi Channel in the States, and we didn't get the Sci-Fi Channel where I am until Farscape was pretty much done. I do know that Farscape has simply amazing puppet work because of the Jim Henson Company. I do know that it's got a sense of humor. I know that Claudia Black has an amazing voice and is an amazing actress. I do know that it's like one of those great sci-fi shows that I just haven't watched. I know it's got some great visuals too, because I've seen the character design. I've seen lots of like videos on it, enough to know that the character and costume design is great. I just have never seen it. One of these days, I mean to. I mean, I will. I will watch it one of these days. Maybe after my 50th rewatch of Babylon 5. But it doesn't even matter, the quality of the show itself for me. If I can't get into a show within like one or two episodes, I don't want to watch it. I mean, that's me. But generally, I don't watch a show if I can't get into it quickly, no matter how well it's reviewed. I tried watching Game of Thrones. I couldn't get into it. Nothing in the characters or the story really grabbed me. I stopped watching. Yeah, and I know that Sci-Fi Channel had it, and the Jim Henson production is going to be top notch no matter what. It's the Jim Henson Company. They make a lot of good stuff in terms of production. And I'm sure they let the creatives on, behind the scenes, go off. They let the creatives, the writers and stuff go, okay, we're not going to interfere with the story. Budgetarily, we might interfere a little bit, but we're not going to let you, completely go, no, go. We're not going to, we're going to let you guys, have the story you want. We're not going to make you add some hot shot pilot that you don't want to have because they're young and hot. Okay. Do you flatten out nicely? Oh, you do flatten out nicely. Awesome. I won't need to put any darts in that. Okay, let's get this one done. If I don't have to put darts in it, I'm happy. Yeah. but I know it's got a really good fan base. I know it remained popular enough so that when they needed to hire some new cast on Stargate SG-1, they got Ben Browder and Claudia Black. Claudia Black, who voiced Morrigan in one of my favorite video games of all time. Yeah, but at least it'll be a show that'll be remembered fondly. I mean, honestly, I think as a I'm honestly, I'm sure the people behind Farscape, at least the showrunners and the big creative decision makers are happy with what Farscape has become. It's something that people are going to remember for a long time and rewatch multiple times. Exactly. You have the DVDs, you're going to watch it, you're going to enjoy it, and you're going to enjoy the product of their work for years or decades to come. At least until, until the tech bros have their way and anything that isn't AI generated, is banned. Okay. Here's that. There's that. I just want to put all those pieces there. Like my garbage. Right there. It's like me watching Babylon 5. I mean, at least Babylon 5 got a completed story. But every attempt at a reboot or spin-off has failed miserably. It was on Warner Brothers Primetime Entertainment Network until the Primetime Entertainment Network shut down 4 years into being in business, forcing B5 to be canceled. So they write, they compress the end of the storyline into one final season, at least getting the major plot threads taken care of. And then they get a reprieve from TNT in America. So they can wrap up all the minor storylines, plus do a couple TV movies, and work on a spinoff that gets promptly aired out of order and not finished. And then every other attempt at trying to bring it back somehow seems to have failed. Good show, good effects, good makeup, good costume design, good story. Canceled because executives. This time not because of financial, but because of executives. And yet Star Trek continues on. Star Trek is always going to continue on. Okay, let's hope this isn't too bad. Okay. I need the front off here. That'd be great. Ah, tape there. Power Rangers gets canceled because nobody wants to pick up Power Rangers, and then the reboot gets canceled because Warner Brothers is going, oh, it's too expensive. Sentai gets canceled because it's expensive and there's no Power Rangers money to rely on to keep it going. Doctor Who gets put out to tender because it's too expensive and wasn't doing the ratings Disney Plus wanted, I guess. And yet Star Trek continues. Star Wars continues. One of the reasons why I don't watch much TV anymore. Nothing I really want to watch continues for any real length of time. Okay, this. There we go. Yeah, there we go. You flatten out decently. Okay, I can work with you. Okay, get this last leg taken care of. And then grab some paper. Okay. Clean this up. Ah. Time is it? Hmm. Okay. I'll work on the boots. and belt after. Get that tossed. Okay. Lighten out pieces here. See if I can clear out some of the plastic wrap. There we go. Clear out plastic wrap time. I'm trying to take care of some of this excess. There we go. Oh, get rid of some of the excess plastic wrap here. Oh. Okay. I think that'll. Yeah, I think that could work fine. I want to cut a dart. Let's cut a dart. I might not use it, but I don't think I need a dart that small. That's like a very small dart right there, but at least it makes it flatten a little bit easier. Will you flatten out nicely for me, please? I'm gonna put a. I'm gonna clear some of this plastic wrap first. I don't know if I'll need darts or not. Not doing anything. Not doing anything. I am not doing anything. Not doing anything, crypto. Don't have it in there. There they are. Ah, missed it. My boy was looking all so cute. His ear was flapped up, and I was gonna get a picture. I can't use my phone camera because that's my tracker right now. Ah. Oh, yeah, now he's all curled up. He was laying all sprawled out, and his ear was like up like that, and adorable. No, he's like, I no. How dare you? I'm gonna put a dart on the butt. I don't know if it'll help or not. start right here wouldn't hurt. Maybe. Yeah, darts aren't really helping. That should be fine. There we go. Almost done. Okay, that should flatten out nicely, actually. I think that should flatten out nicely. Ah. 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 Gotta get a little more of this. Work fine. Okay. Taking a look at my project. Okay. I know I have some projects that I want to do. My board. Let's see what all I have to do. I just know I think after these dolls are done, or at least these couple dolls I'm working on at the moment, I might have to take a break. And start working on Halloween stuff. Yeah, because I got like massive amounts of Halloween projects that will need to get made. Once I figure out what they are, I just know I got a lot of Halloween stuff I'm going to have to figure out. One thing I know I'm going to be doing is doing a lot of. Oh, I have to get some more orange and some more pink or purple and some more black filament. So I want to print up some new teacups for my tea party for the tea party display. I know I'm going to need to do that at least in printing purposes, and I want to make like a whole bunch more Audrey 2s. Like a whole lot more Audrey 2s. I'll make even the biggest one I can on my print bed too. I think that'll be fine. Once I get it all straightened and stuff, it should be good. Okay. And these, I think, will be fine. Once November hits, I can get back to normal in terms of the dolls. But I know I'm going to have to do a serious amount of printing in September and October. Hopefully the dolls will be done by October. I mean, they should be. On the Fox, I just have a wig and then a sundress and maybe a hat. Elvira, I've got a lot to do on. So hopefully she's done by October. But if I can get my the Fox Girl doll done, I'll be good. I should be able to focus more on Halloween. And this, I have to focus a lot on Halloween. And then I have to make sure I get plenty of pictures and regularly post progress about that. I might even cut down on streaming in October. So I have more time to focus on getting Halloween ready. Okay. There we go. Oh, I'm going to have to get up and get some paper. Let me get up and get my paper. Where's my paper? Hat paper? Where did I stick it? You got more paper? It just wasn't in the spot where I last saw it. Or I remember last seeing it. I'm the only one who's moving stuff around in here. Just your average, ordinary printer paper. Nothing fancy. Okay, so I'm gonna make a stack of patterns. I'm gonna start with the top. Pencil, pencil, pencil. Where's my pencil? Where's my toolkit? Okay, let's put stuff back in my toolkit. Stuff I don't need. Sorry, Crypto. Oh. It's just easier to turn around without my headset on. Okay. Okay, so let me put a mark there. And I'll use that. Line everything up when I flip this over. Okay. So I thought you got fold it over a little bit there, buddy. There we go. There we go. Just patterning. Trace it with pencil. Trace this up. Then fill in the gaps a little bit here. And now flip it over. Okay. Not completely working the way I want it to. This is gonna be fun. You know what? I'll add these back later. I got other scissors I can use. I'm gonna add those back in later. Okay. There. Making this kiss to meet there. Okay. Then I can make there. Now, let me use pencil here. Okay. So that seems pretty even there. And that generally seems pretty even there. Oh, you really can't see what I'm doing. Uh, let me. Okay, that might work. And then I should be able just to fold this in half. I think this half should be the half that I do. Let me see scissors back out here. Oh, there we go. Okay. Really no straight lines on this one. Okay. There we go. Okay, this should work. Okay. Oh, I'm doing that. This is like a pretty even front. Let me just mark it here. So I know how to fold it. Okay. Oh, oh, I forgot to do that part. Easy enough to do. Easy enough. Ah, boy. Can't believe I forgot that. Not too big of a problem. I can do this. I can do this. That's got to be two different colors in terms of fabric. There we go. Save that. Label it. Test. One. Torso. Front. Next one. Okay. I'm glad I reset my microphone up. Making it a lot easier to do stuff. Okay. Put you over there for now. What are they going to toss this into? Okay. Next. Paper. Okay. Get the top completed here. Embarrassing. I am so humiliated. I mean, almost dropping my paper. Oh, I didn't cut that off. Well, I'm cutting this off. I'm going to add that back in later with some fabric. Okay. Now this piece has to be identical. Put down some markers here. So I know where to align. Line these pieces up. Still amazes me. What's the other reason for aligning? There we go. Okay. Try to line up here. Line up there instead, I think. do the same kind of thing for cosplay as making clothes for a doll, as making clothes for a puppet. Okay, there we go. Okay, I still got some lead in here. I mean, I got another pencil. I still got my good pencil. Also, okay, so we'll be able to connect fine. Just want to mark that. Okay, those were actually pretty lined up there. Okay, I'll use this next. I'm gonna hit that there, right there. Ah, ah. I want to make that a straight line. That should be fine. Back, upper, X2, back, lower, X2. That should be good. I can just even out. Should be good. Back. This is the leg back. These have to be a little bit more form-fitting. After making Equinox, making Equinox here, I have picked up a couple techniques. Let's always try to go for the longest. But I think the minimal enough there. I'm not going to worry about that. Leg, rear leg, 2. And there we go. Hey. I already got the fabric out. But when I was working on Equinox, I dug through my scraps. I think I got the exact same material. I might have enough to make a bodysuit out of in general. I can go there. Not looking as cute now. I still have it here. I think it'll fit better on this wrist. I think it'll fit better here. I hate trying to get this thing on. Get it on? Yeah. Okay, there we go. Now it's on. I may be summoned. I'll have to run and grab my morpher. Just a warning. Just a warning. I may have to answer a call. I wish this was Bluetooth. That would be awesome. You know, just pressing the button and talking into it. When you get a call, set the ringtone on it. That would be awesome. I wish I was good with electronics. I would so do that. Thing is, I'm sure people have done it. I know they've I know people have made like attachments for their smartwatches that resemble this. I've seen them when I'm looking for when I look for Power Ranger stuff. Out of curiosity on the 3D printing site. Okay. I think I confused the algorithm on YouTube at times. If you can, always try to confuse the algorithm on YouTube. Always. You never know what you might discover. Okay. I remember the first attempt I had at this style with my previous printer. I was like, oh, I can just use the free patterns that the Smart Dial company makes. Well, my previous printer had like such a small print bed, I had to make the dial a lot smaller. Like a lot smaller. Man, I had to print up so many versions of the hand. And I still had to, glue fingers back on. But I was just going to use like the patterns from the Smart Doll site. And I'm sure they would have worked, but I took one look at them and I was like, oh no. No. No, that is not what I want. And then I gave up on the first attempt. And then I printed up the second attempt with this new printer, and it's good. Okay, I'm going to take a quick screenshot here. Let me just. I'm going to set this up here. I just want to get a picture of everything all together here. I just want to get some screenshots. And I will be saving all of this. Okay. I just want to get a couple screenshots here. I'm trying to get in the habit of taking progress pictures. Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay, let me go grab that grab. Okay. I keep meaning to put this into my scrap bin. I'm thinking I might have a piece big enough for at least some of this in this mess. Well, that'll be big enough. Well, that'll be big enough for some pieces. And that'll be big enough for some pieces. Awesome. Okay. Let me just. circling this so I have a line of where I want the stretch to be. Oh, wow. I might get to sewing today. Hey, that'll be good. That'll be nice if I can get to sewing. Okay, which way is the stretch? Okay, stretch seems to be that way. What? The stretch seems to be this way. Yeah, I mean, it stretches both ways, but that seems to have the most stretch. Okay, let's see what pieces I can get off of this. Okay. Then I'm gonna have to make sure I get some seam allowance too. Lower that down a little bit. I'm just gonna use pencil. Because I think I can get away with pencil on this. There we go. Let me get to my sewing kit. There it is. Oh, and let me grab my pincushion. Oh. Had a needle fall out. Okay. There we go. My tools together. I wasn't thinking I would get this far. Where is that little thing? There it is. I need that. I am going to grab my seam ripper. Look, this is none of your beeswax. This is my beeswax. Needle threader. Okay. And I grab thread later. Okay, I'm just gonna put a couple pins to help maintain the fold. Okay. Okay. That's what. 3, 4, 5, 1/8 of an inch. Okay. I kind of want. I'm thinking a 1/4 inch seam allowance. I'm giving myself a 1/4 inch. Okay, this is sleeve. There's no sleeve, so that can just continue up. There we go. And I knew all that time spending playing connect the dots in doctors' waiting rooms would come in handy. Hmm. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. Okay. I'll see if I can cut the front and the back from the same. Seam here. Okay. Ah, gonna put in a couple enough to keep these two pieces together while I'm cutting. I'm just gonna put some down in the corners for now. Okay. Put one more in. Hopefully all this will work well. Where's my pencil? Okay. I don't know if this is the proper way to use it, but this is the way that makes sense to me. And this one I'll just use a ruler. Okay. Now I am going to put snaps or Velcro right here. Already figured that out. Well, I haven't figured that out. I had two choices. Kind of obvious I haven't figured it out, but Yep. Okay. Fabric scissors. I gotta get out fabric scissors. Oh. Mm, okay. Now I should have done some into the corners here too. Before I go any farther. Once again, this is going to be hand stitched. Mainly because I do not want to try to use my sewing machine on these small seams. I mean, I could. I could. I mean, I'm not doing this all. I'm not doing it all on cam. This is the project where I'm just making sure I have at least one day a week where I can, spend time focusing on it. But I don't have to do it all on camera. There's the first part. Shiny. Ooh, shiny. Shiny. It's shiny. Woo! Shiny. I love this material. I wish Joann's was still around. I would buy like as much as I could. Love it. It's so shiny and pretty. Ah, can't believe I'm getting this far already. I mean, I still gotta pattern out boots. I still have to pattern out the boot, and that's going to happen after. That's going to happen after this. I'm not unpinning this yet. Put that there. I think he's purposely doing this. Ow. 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 Okay. It's going to be stretchier this way and this way. But I do not have enough for the legs. That piece isn't going to work. But I still got this piece. Stretch feels more like this here. Well, it feels more like this. I should have enough to make the legs out of this one. Put that over here. I'm not going to be able to do the fold on this, but I should. These have to be kind of form-fitting. So there's enough space between them. The seam allowance. Going really far. Driving deep into the trees. Hot dogs, chips, and cheese. The back of the liquor. Looking like your liquor. When I drop a can, I will go totally banana. Spring breakers, they just bling, bling. Singing in the air makes us wanna sing. Cabin in the woods, too. Cabin in the woods, yeah. On our way to cabin in the woods, yeah. I go. Never do it from S-Mart. A week way off the chart. Okay. Get up here. We'll put down here, I think. Cabin in the woods, ooh. Cabin in the woods, yeah. We're five college students on our way to an old abandoned cabin in the woods. Oh yeah. Be wacky fun. 7 days to snuggle my honey fun. A week of drinking and premarital sex. Tonight I'll pack a text out of Hershey Park and check. 'Cause it's spring break. Or we'll score. We'll fuck right on the floor. Do all this and a whole lot more. Camping in the woods, ooh. Camping in the woods, yeah. We're five college students on our way to an old cabin in the woods. Five college students on our way to an old abandoned five college down in the woods. Cabin in the woods. Five college students on our way to an old abandoned five college students on to an old abandoned cabin in the woods. Cabin in the woods. Cabin in the woods. We're five college students on our way to an old abandoned cabin in the woods. Okay. There we go. Steam allowance. And I think I still have my alarm on. Yeah, I have my alarm. Like I'm trying to pay attention. I'm paying attention to the time because I have stuff to do tonight. Like make my partner dinner before they go to work. Okay. Gotta mark all the steam allowance. This stuff doesn't fray, so I should be good. I don't have to worry about hems or anything. Oh, if I had to worry about hems. I do not like having to worry about hems. Because this is not a material I would feel safe ironing. Ooh. 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 Um, 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 um. I don't forget it. I don't want to forget this. Typing something in the chat I do not want to forget. Okay, I just want to write that down. That way I can at least see it. I mean, it's late August. I'm trying to think of Halloween costumes. But Frankenstein's monster seems so reductive to Adam. Who in the book is a character, not just a creature. Plus, it's a costume I think I could probably do very easily, especially if this October goes like last October did. I mean, if I have to do like some commission work on costumes, which I'm sure I will. I might not have time to make a big costume, but I've got a cool vest. I think I have aviator caps down in the basement. I can easily get a new pair of steampunk goggles. So it's something I think I could easily make. I mean, I don't know if an aviator cap would fit my Frankenstein, my Boris Karloff Frankenstein mask. Which that movie, my Boris Karloff Frankenstein turns up, becomes public domain next year. In case you didn't know. Oh, that's less than a quarter inch. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I'm not gonna redo my seam allowance. But it's a custom I think I can easily do as at least as a backup. You know what? Actually, go back to just that. It'll be a great little backup costume case. In case I don't find anything else I like at the Halloween store this year. And if I can get that jacket I want. I can print some stuff up if I need to. I have a printer. Because my brain's now getting ready for Halloween. It'll be I mean it's almost September. I should start thinking about Halloween and my yard decorations. I just hope it's not like last year where I've got one big we got like one big commission that I have to do for Halloween costumes. AKA a commission my friend takes that I have to do some parts on. I have a friend who does costume commissions. And I and they haven't mentioned that they have anything they need me to make yet, but as I'm the person who knows how to use the EVA foam, I'm often the one hired to deal with that. I'm a subcontractor. At least when it comes to that. This piece of scrap. Yeah. Ah. Well, that saves me from having to get my fabric on my box so far. Still want to run. And then maybe no. I'm not going to talk about any power. I barely have ideas. I do know what I want to do for Halloween. One thing that seems to have been a big hit every year is my little tea party area. I'm debating on whether or not I actually want to put a movie up on the screen this year, and I'll just do the lights like I did last year. But usually, by the time it's dark enough for the movie to be seen from the projector, it's still, it's nearing the end of the night. I'm thinking I'm probably not going to do that this year. But I'm definitely going to be doing the tea party this year. And I'm going to keep the Burma shape gravestones because I still love that gag. I'm just trying to think if I want to do like an Audrey 2 garden. Or do a little garden thing with Audrey 2. I got a few printed from my old printer still. And now that I got a bigger printer, I want to print up a couple bigger ones. I'm trying to figure out where I'd put it. But I really want to do that kind of, get like really good decorations because for the most part, Halloween's for children. And I want to make children, have a fun Halloween. I don't want them to have the Halloweens we had with like maybe, one or two houses with some pretty neat decorations. Well, for the most part, just cheap cardboard decorations you'd get from the grocery store back in the 80s. I want to give them something that they're going to be like, ooh, that's cool. Wait, what day of the week is Halloween this year? It's a Saturday this year. Okay. So my partner will be able to come out and join me. They can join me to hand out candy until they get tired. Okay. One more. Hmm. I mean, I'm sure they will. I mean, I wish I could do what always gave me the happiest memories from Halloween in terms of decorations and trick or treating, and that is be the house with the full size candy bars. The candy bars are getting like expensive individually, and I know they're going to be they'd be cheaper bulk, but they would be cheaper bulk, but they're still going to be pretty expensive. There we go. Team allowance. Ah, almost. If I can get all this cut out tonight, that will be pretty cool. I'm gonna be swinging right on this pencil line. I should really invest in some like painter's chalk or tailor's chalk. If I can find some. Okay, scissors. I fell on the floor. Oh, sorry, it's on my head. Sorry, you saw my head. I apologize for that. If you were blinded by the glare, I apologize. Please don't sue. Okay. Still got to cut out the other fabric. I can do that in a minute. If I get this entire thing cut out, that'll be great. You hear that, Peter? That would be great if I could get all this cut out. Okay. Okay. Trying to figure out what to do for dinner. And by dinner, I mean my partner's work lunch because they're a third shifter and they eat at midnight. Bloody. I have to get my granny grabber in here. Ooh. Keep dropping pieces. Ugh. Oh, almost. Still gonna have to figure out the antenna on this stuff. I have a couple ideas that I've tried, and they haven't worked as well as I would hope. I'm hoping I can come up with something soon. Why am I cutting it that way? I'm not going to cut off my fingers. I think I would be able to stop myself before that. Not a motor. It's not a meat slicer. It's not shop tools. It's a pair of fabric scissors. Yeah, they're sharp. But I think I would realize I got my finger caught in one before I even hit bone. I haven't cut off any fingers yet. I'm just a young guy. I'm just a young person. I'm only 50. Still young. 50 is the new 12. That's what they say, right? Still young. Okay, maybe I need binocular or bifocals, not binoculars. I wouldn't mind a good pair of binoculars, though. I need a good pair of bifocals. And my joints usually tell me when it's about to rain. And I'm beginning to hate stairs with a burning passion. But I'm still young. I haven't started with well, back in my day, we had to go uphill both ways just to go to the bathroom. I haven't started doing that yet. I mean, I think I could without feeling like I'm old, but I haven't become that. And okay, yeah, I do like the early bird special once in a while, okay? But sometimes I'm just hungry. And inexpensive food is inexpensive food. But still, I'm not old. I'm not old. I just gotta look up something. I'm not old yet. I just gotta go to the Google. How old was William Hartnell when he started in Doctor Who? Do do. Okay, 1908 to 63. That would be 55. He was 55 when he started. I'm not old enough to play a grandfather in a British science fiction show from the 1960s yet. Okay. So that that'd be good. Okay. Let's get this back in. I just also like having the pencil marks for theme purposes. I mean, yeah, I am old enough to be a grandfather, but I don't have any kids. Okay. Let's put that over there, that over there. Okay. I'm just making sure I have these marks here, so it'll help me with planning out the themes at least. There we go. That's the inside. There we go. Uh, okay. Those are marked. Last two pieces. Let me grab some fabric. Okay, looks like the darker purple. Okay, my blueberry back of fabric. Okay. Now I kind of want to use this. And I want to save the darker purple for the boots. But I like this. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the other purple for the boots. I'm gonna use this. I'm gonna use that. Okay, where's my paint markers? Okay. Oh. So purpley. Okay, which way? This way. Hmm. Which way is this way? This way. Okay. A couple pins in for the fold. Hmm. Hmm. This way. Okay. Up that way. Up that way. Here. I love these acrylic markers. No, you really can't see it. But I can. That's the important part. You can barely see it. The yellow seems to be working better right now. On this at least. I can still see enough of the white. Yeah. No, I think that's the sleeve. And that's the sleeve. And that's the sleeve right there. And that fell. I'm gonna get these cut out. There. I'm gonna get these cut out. And then that'll be done. But I figure I'm almost done with this. I can start sewing this week. Honestly, if I can start sewing this week, that would be amazing. If I can start sewing. Oh, whoops, wrong way. That could be good enough. There. Hmm. I want to try to cut to the pin with fabric scissors. Sure way to ruin fabric scissors. Okay. Oops. I want to be on the inside. Doesn't have to be exact. Has to be just enough so I can see it. There we go. It is all cut. I think I got pretty far tonight. My plan was just to do painting, or not painting, but patterning. And I got all the way through cutting the fabric. I think that's pretty good. I think that's pretty good. I'm just moving some stuff away from my mouse. But yeah, I will be back tomorrow to work on Elvira. She needs to be repainted completely. I even pulled up old pieces from the garage so you can see her and how bad she turned out. And I'll probably be working more on either this outfit or the next outfit. I got 2 outfits, full outfits in total. But I still got boots here. I got a jacket I want to make. So 1, maybe 2 more. I'll be back. I'll probably be back next week for stream on this. Yeah. Yeah. I'll be back tomorrow with Elvira. Till then, I hope you have a wonderful night. And I'll probably see you on the flip side. I'm going to see if there's anybody to raid first. Okay. Raid. That's the right button. No. I'm not seeing anybody. At least not now. At least not right now. So, I will be back tomorrow with Elvira. Hope you have a wonderful night, and I will see you on the flip side. Bye!